Good morning, good morning. So we're going to continue this render feature implementation today. I'm going to try some new stuff and hopefully that works. We'll just do some experimentation. Maybe if we can't fix it, get it to work in a timely manner, I might move on for now. And I'm mostly talking about this one, which is a little bit of an annoying problem because we've had this working for a long time. I thought we had it, I'm pretty sure we had it working in Unity 6 as well. But then we introduced making the texture globally available. And that's when the problem started. So we have this render feature. It just grabs whatever we output to the screen. We want to generate it during a render pass, and we want to put it in scene RT here, make it available to all shaders basically. And all of that works. No memory leaks, good performance, except for the fact that we don't get any MIP levels. So no MIP maps are generated, which I think is extremely weird. But I think after some experimentation yesterday and back and forth, I think this one could be the culprit together with this. Because we have this, which is another render pass we have, which generates a highlight mask. And this one works. Here we pretty much use the exact same thing, draw render list, and here we do get MIP maps. Good morning, Harukanan. So yeah, this has been a little bit of a headache for me. Hopefully we can get it to work today. So just at the end of yesterday's stream, I noticed this in the API. So we're going to start there. Create shared texture. Create a new render graph shared texture resource. This texture will be persistent across render graph executions. Beautiful. Create it, set it global, and then every render graph execution we update the content of it. We should be able to create this in here. The only thing I'm wondering about is this API cannot be called when render graph is active. Please call it outside of record render graph. So we want to call this one in setup would be preferable. But here, to call it, we also need access to render graph, right? So I wonder if this one has, or if we can fetch it in some way. Could be this. Or if this were to be static. Do we have... Get registered render graphs. I want to see if we have something here. One. Okay, that's great. I wonder if we can do... Okay. And what I want to go, scene texture handle. Yeah, let's do that one. Scene texture handle is equal to active render graph dot create shared texture. And then we want to have a description. And here, what I'm going to do is, yo, what's up, like these? I'm gonna... This creation of a texture handle, so what we do here, this works. Here we get the generation of MIP maps. So if we take exactly this and try it with this shared texture, if it doesn't work, then it has to be this, unfortunately. But hopefully it will work. Description. We can't get active color texture here, that's true. But we do have... We can send in this one. Which we unfortunately... Okay, this one is... We can try with this one for now, I think. In some way we should be able to... Can we cast it? No. Oh, yeah. Okay, so what if we do... Get run target info dot. Don't we have description here? We can get the width here instead. I wonder what... let's take a look. Really? Let's create it by... with height. Ah, I mean, we could use the same logic we use here. So we could do screen dot width, screen dot height. That's pretty much what we need. I'm gonna go with RGB. We can double check what we want to do here later on. Which one is the most correct, so to speak. Would love to be able to get this information, but I don't think we can. I want to see if we can work with this one. Yeah, let's go with this one. Then we have sRGB. It's probably true. Use MIP map, extremely important. Auto generate MIPs, true. Point clamp, create shared texture, scene, texture description. This we don't need to set from now on because we have it shared, but we're gonna go with it, keep it around for now. We don't need this, so instead of final destination here, we're gonna go scene texture handle. And let's see if this works. Okay. Temporary render texture not found while executing. That's not good. Hmm. Let's remove this one, get rid of it. So it's this one we can't find. So when are we meant to call this one if it's not here? Do we call setup, by the way? Yeah, we do. And if we don't do any of this, same issue, invalid version. Yeah, I want to double check that. Yo, good morning, Calvino. Temporary render texture. I'm pretty sure we get it from this one, I reckon. Calvino, tomorrow I get the keys to our new house. Really hyped. Nice. Congratulations. Homeowner, dad. That's pretty much all. You finished. Yeah, big year this year. Yeah, that feels like an understatement. Okay, so when we try and add this one, the one we create here, create shared texture. This one never seems to be created. I wonder if we're missing... No, we're not missing anything here. Texture description. Create shared texture. Volvo Villa Vove. Oh yeah, you have a dog as well. Damn. That's the holy trifecta. Create shared texture. We're gonna try and do false. We're gonna have to release it ourselves eventually. still doesn't work. Did I? Oh, true, I mean. How's it going for you? If we're talking about this game dev stuff, it's not going the way I want it. But it's okay, I'm sure it will soon. And then we are due in August, so pretty soon, and everything looks all right so far, so that's nice. Game dev not so good, life pretty good. And this one boggles my mind. Classic, but congrats. Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah. I think that sentence pretty much sums up my life. The last couple of years, I guess. Create, howdy Ricky, howdy. This create shared texture. Create a new render graph shared texture resource. This texture will persist across render graph executions. Sounds amazing, exactly what I want. Fuck. One sec. I wonder one thing here. Have I overcomplicated all of this? Maybe I have. So screw this. Add back this. Add this here. Scene texture description. Resource data. Get. Or actually resource data dot active depth texture dot get descriptor render graph. Set global texture after pass. I wonder if this one actually does what we want. Scene texture handle. I want to know what happens if we do this and we do render graph. I want to see if we release it too early this time around. Yeah, trying to use something that hasn't been created or already released. Unnamed render texture, that might be right to it. Blitz pass utility. Unnamed from, let me do. And now it has the correct name at least. Yeah, okay. So we create it, but we release it. So this isn't enough. Builder dot transient texture. What the fuck? Uh, okay. What if we do... I wonder what happens if... If we do... We pretty much package it and send it onwards, even though we don't use it then. Get or create. We do it in Builder though, and maybe that's okay. Scene data. Low pass culling. Same problem. What is it I'm not understanding here? We create a texture. The question is when we try to read it. It should be okay. I want to see this one. I don't want to do it between passes. Yeah. Yeah, this is exactly what we do in the highlight render pass. Whoa. What is this? Hmm. Create texture and create render graph texture. What is the difference here? I could probably hack this. Okay, so what I want to test here is I want to test if this one generates with MIPS. So I'm just going to I'm going to create a fake pass here, which uses scene data later on. That way we tell the render graph that we use this texture down the line, don't delete it. I wonder if this is enough though. Ricky, could I ask a real quick game dev question? Yes, shoot. Not entirely sure I can answer it though, but okay, we do it like this, and then we do did I call it test? Okay, let's try this then. Still. So I'm completely a beginner in Unity and was trying to recreate Pong, and honestly can't for the life of me understand why if the paddle hits the ball at a certain angle it just slides at the walls rather than just bouncing. That could be because of multiple different reasons. Oh, that's probably not it, but who knows? Yeah, maybe it is. Okay, that's not the issue. Trying to use a texture scene texture that was already released or not yet created. Fuck it. Is it this one then? Huh. Ah, yeah. Okay. Past data, yeah, here. Seriously? Don't read it before it's been written to at least once. I don't think we are. What the fuck? That was already released or not yet created. Created it is, right? Create texture. I don't think we can be any clearer than this. Pass data destination. Is it this one? Okay, thank you. We try it without the other test first. Do it like this. We don't blit to it just yet. Okay, still no problems. Oops. We can try with the original blitter if this doesn't work. Let me just do this. Abhishek, what's up? What's up? Okay. Okay. Add blit pass. We create it like this time around. Create scene. Do we have it? Frame debugger. Draw transparent objects. Plane. Here we have a little bit of a scene texture. 2560 times 1440. MIPS. We have this one. This one is beautiful. But we don't have the other MIPS. This is insane. What the fuck? I just want to see if this one fucks it up for me. Opaque downsampling. Why does this one refuse to generate MIPS for me? I don't get it. Everything is set up in a way so that it should. But it just refuses to. This is so fucking weird. Raphael, what's up? Every morning I go by and look at what you're doing. Every morning I understand less and less. Dude, same here, actually. Appreciate it. Yeah, I have no doubt in my mind that we will get this to work and get the understanding needed why this doesn't work eventually. It's just like currently it doesn't make any sense to me. Do we have MIP count? MIP map bias. Think how much I can't understand if you can't. uh, this, like, I did quite a lot of work with the old. So basically, what we're working with here is the render graph system in Unity. How can I summarize it? It's you can inject render passes into the render pipeline, so you can do some post-processing effects. You can actually inject pretty early on, or pretty early in. You do some custom rendering stuff, and I did quite a lot of work with this with the old render graph system. It wasn't called render graph then, I don't think. It was more render features, something like that. And I thought I had quite a good understanding of it. But then in Unity 6, they pretty much reworked the whole system. It's a little bit different now, these days. And I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. So a lot of the things, they happen behind the scenes. Unity has implemented quite a detailed system behind the scenes, and you just call select methods here and do your custom stuff. And although the documentation is pretty good, it's still not clear to me, like, when a texture is created, when it's released, how it's used, how it's generated, and so on and so on. And for some reason, it sometimes generates MIP maps for my textures, and sometimes it doesn't. It's weird. Let's try this with a blitter then. Split texture. Here we would like to set wonder if we can do it without material. Okay, we do it like this instead. I'm gonna do clear a render target as well. I'm a little bit afraid that, let's take a look at this. Get descriptor. Oh. Resource data, active color texture, get descriptor, render graph. Universal resource data. Okay, now I'm just brute forcing stuff here. Let's see if we can get the format. If we do a weird ass format like this, R8, one channel, 8 bits. We're gonna get a red texture, but does this red texture have MIPS? Nope. Ooh, one sec. Fuck, now I want to try. Okay, I'm gonna do clear render target. Let's clear it with white. So now we don't do a blit at all. Now we pretty much just render. We clear it as red. Do we get MIPS this time around? We don't. Okay, so what if we do... I'm pretty much just recreating... let's do this. Shader tag ID. Camera date. Universal camera data. Here I want to try. Actually, let's try it like this. Shader tag ID. I guess it's universal here as well. Okay, then we just need to create the shader tag ID. I guess we can go with highlight here as well. It's just that we have to play it to test it. So we create a render list, and then we're gonna draw a render list. Like this. So initially, I guess it will be... we should be able to test it. Yeah, we should. Frame debugger enable, draw transparent objects, plane, scene texture. It's hard to test. White. Actually red. Okay, clear doesn't work. Let's try this then. Huh. Why don't we draw to this one? So it's like you're defining a series of shaders that are applied sequentially, so you can manipulate the generated frame multiple times. When we do our outline render pass, we do something similar to that. In this case, so pretty much at its bones, this render feature, not this one, but this one, what it's supposed to do is create a texture, put whatever we are rendering to the screen right now into that texture so that other shaders can use that texture at a later point. It's basically what happens behind the scenes if you were to enable this one, opaque texture. It's just that we want to generate this one ourselves because I have some custom stuff I want to do to it eventually. So when Unity renders a scene in this game, it goes through all of these things. So here we have draw main light shadow map, set up some camera properties. Here we have draw opaque objects. So every opaque object in the scene is being rendered. And we can create our own render pass and inject it somewhere here. And that's what we have done. We have create scene texture pass here, which we inject here. And its entire purpose is to grab whatever is in the output, camera output currently, put it in our own texture, make that texture accessible from other shaders. The only problem we have is that when we do that, I need MIP map levels to be generated as well. So if a texture has MIP maps, it just has a pyramid basically of downsampled versions of itself. It's used for anti-aliasing and a lot of stuff. But my MIP maps doesn't get generated for some damn reason. And what I'm doing now is just I'm basically just implementing it the same way as I did one of my other render passes. I'm talking about this one, highlight render pass. Highlight render pre-pass and highlight render pass. What it does is it renders whatever selected object we have to a texture, and then we use that texture in the next pass. And if we take a look at it in the frame debugger, here we have our texture we rendered. And this one actually comes with MIP maps. See here. So this is a 2560 times 1440. This is half that, half that, half that, half that, half that. But if we take a look at our scene texture, which is currently just red, and we go down one MIP level, we're just pure black, because this one doesn't generate for some reason. And no matter how much I've tried different approaches to this, I can't seem this to work. We had something working yesterday. I had a guy watching, Tim, that tried to do it as well. And we got somewhere close to where we wanted to be, but the way we got there wasn't the correct way to do it. So we had some flickering artifacts, or we had no filtering on the MIP maps. Yeah, it's been a ride for sure, for sure. But okay. Create scene texture pass, draw GL. We don't draw anything here. Okay. We're gonna try it like this then. Dot draw procedural do we need to send in a material? Oh, do we have a material? Great. Let's just try that one then. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh. Ah, no MIPS. What do we have? Leak detection, that's not good. Sorry for the wrong language message. That's no problem at all. Let's see. So you take the generated frame, put it in a texture so you can apply shaders to it, and you're missing the MIP version to be able to manage anti-aliasing, etc. And at the end of the render pipeline, that frame manipulated by these steps is then shown on the screen. Halfway true, I would say. So like what we have here is a transparent object, and I want to render it, I want to see through this object. To be able to do that, we need to know what's behind that one. And the easiest way to do that is to just fetch. When we have rendered all opaque objects, we take whatever we have to the screen, put it in a texture, and then when we render this transparent object, we read from that texture and show what's behind it, basically. So in this specific render pass, we don't want to manipulate the texture we save. We just want to save it and then use it in some other shaders, basically. But then, of course, we have some render passes where we do exactly what you say. So we have a render pass that applies outlines to the screen. And what it does is that it takes what we're currently outputting to the screen, and then it blits our outline texture on top of that texture, and then outputs it to the screen. Okay, we're doing a lot of shit here, and none of it is working. I must be missing some very rudimentary setting or something. I don't know. I don't understand why it works here. Add raster render pass. Actually, highlighter. I've had this in here as well. Doesn't really make a difference, I don't think. Is this true? It's a weird issue. MIP level, a little bit worried about this one. Clear render target. What do we have here? Depth. Do I stencil? Do we have anything else? I wonder. Okay, here we get all of these inside. I don't see how that could affect it, but I'm at a point currently where I don't want to take any chances. So do it like that. Name, have that. Render attachment. Set global texture after pass. Allow pass culling, false. Definitely. Okay, what we're gonna do now is, give me a sec. I'm gonna bring this version of the render function from a month back, I think, where we had it working. Give me a sec. I think rendering render features, create scene texture. Let's take history. Okay, let's try this. Let's try this one then. I want to see if I'm misremembering stuff. After rendering skybox, enable draw transparent objects, plane, scene texture. We don't have MIPS here either. Huh. Okay, one sec. We're gonna go remove warnings and errors. take an even older version. This one came with... there's really not that big of a difference between this one. Still no MIPS. Okay. What have I changed? This one is also extremely simple, I would say. Yo, what's up, Diligence? Another beautiful day. Here in Sweden as well. I try camera color instead. I have a few theories why this doesn't work. All of them probably wrong. Clear blue skies and shiny sun. Yeah, as it should be. Color format. Ah. Oh, yeah. So if we enable that one, and then we draw to it. Trying to use a camera opaque texture. Okay, we don't like that one then. What bothers me with this solution, what we currently have, is first of all resource data dot active color texture is probably what we want to choose. I don't know the difference. When we check this texture here, we can see color format. It doesn't include MIPS in the name. Yeah, that's a little bit of a red flag, but we do import the texture. Yeah, we do import the texture. This one, which has MIPS enabled. Okay, unnamed. Yeah, here we write to that resource, then we don't do anything else. That's weird. Blit pass utility. Draw transparent objects, camera depth texture, shadow map, outlines texture handle. According to this one, it's a shock to me that we even get. But that's true. We put it in. Okay. We put it in the render texture and then we don't do anything. Okay, I'm gonna go a little bit. I'm gonna try something a little bit insane, I guess. Oh, no. We want to do it here. Class data dot source handle. Active color texture, and then we end this one with a lit texture. Yo, what's up, Spios? Thank you for the raid, appreciate it. And welcome to all the new viewers. I don't want to use a material for this one. This split. Thank you, appreciate it, Spice. Yeah, here we want a command buffer, raster command buffer, raster command buffer. Okay, this one we want to use instead. Data dot source handle. Vector 2 1 0 false. Okay. I just take my highlight render pass. So the render pass we use to highlight stuff. And at the end of this, we just add a blit where we take the whatever we output to the camera and we put it in this texture. I want to see if this get mip mapped. We do know that the highlight texture, it generates mip maps, right? I want to see. So if we highlight, it's extremely weird. Frame debugger enable highlight render pre-pass. Okay. Highlight render pass. Here we have the blitz texture. We have this one, and we do have MIPS. How fucking weird is this? How insane is this? So why does this one get MIP maps? Unnamed from render texture descriptor. Makes me want to try builder.set set global texture after pass. Pass data dot destination handle int property ID. Okay, we set it to global after. See if that still works. Split texture. We still have MIPS. If we go to draw transparent objects now, we don't show, where do we have? We have it around here, I think. Plain scene texture. Okay, interesting. One sec, this is... okay, so what I want to do is... We want to do this test again, but we want to disable create scene texture. So what I think happened is that we overrode it. Look at this. Enable highlight render pass blit texture. Here we have it. Scene texture 4x4. Yeah, because we delete it after. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the automatic MIPS, we don't get them. Let's see. So this one gets released after this render pass. We don't have anything in it. Let's see. I don't want to transfer it in this way. I don't think. Yeah, exactly. This is exactly what we have if we want to go with this solution. Really? Okay. Builder use texture. This is the correct way to do it. Trying to use invalid resource. Draw opaque objects. Oh yeah, we might, since we're writing to it, we might want to set read write. Maybe. Yo, what's up, Jax? Is your game a single game? Yes, it is. Single play, that is. Trying to use texture on a texture that is already used through set render attachment. Consider updating your code. I wonder if we get the same error but the other way around if we do it before. I don't know how much trust I want to put into this random user on the Unity forum though, but taking anything I can. Yeah. So the thing is, if we do it like this, we don't write it to some texture that is globally available. We create a handle inside of this pass. Then we get MIP map generation, but we don't have access to this texture later on unless some render pass uses it later on. And we could probably hack it. Create our own render transparent stuff. Render graph. Or I don't know how much I want to delete this one. Highlight data, public. One sec. Texture handle. in text. No. We are actually already doing this. So that won't work. Jax, which database you chose? Oh, I haven't chosen one yet. Actually, do you recommend any specific one? Okay. I just want to make this texture survive. I haven't done anything game related with SQLite actually. Allow pass culling. I don't think that matters. But this one uses create render graph texture instead. That's not the one we want to do. Universal renderer dot create render graph texture render graph description highlight data texture description. Name. I'll try. Yo, what's up, menacing vibe? Not that good, honestly. I'm currently fighting, or I have been fighting with the render graph system for quite a while. Trying to force it to auto-generate MIP maps, but it's not hearing me. I'm just taking a break myself from working on my software I'm building. I love that. Taking a break from software or from programming by watching someone else program. That's nice. Jax, I know Unity Engine use SQLite save users data. You can just copy the LL file from its plugin folder, maybe. Yeah, we'll see. I haven't really haven't really read that much about how to store the save data. I mean, I have done it previously with smaller games, but this game is going to be a little bit bigger in scope. So I'm going to have to do some proper research before I chose a solution for me. Menacing Vibe, been putting in 14 hours a day for past 2 weeks on this. Damn, that's a lot. That's respectable. Okay, let's do it like this then. Camera target descriptor. Is this the problem? Okay, so we do it like this instead. Let's see if it survives. You have games or apps you've made. Yeah, I have some released games, but they are discontinued currently. Yeah, same issue. Trying to set render attachment on a texture that has depth format. Use a texture with color format instead. Bum 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 bum. And let's just take this one. Don't we have format here? This I like. Render texture format ARGB32. Show me code you're having issue with. Soon, maybe. Ooh. But we can see here that it's black. Let's take a look at the frame debugger. Draw transparent objects. Plain. Yeah, scene texture doesn't survive longer than this, so we're screwed. But this makes me want to try one thing, actually. Highlight render pass. Blit texture. Oh, we don't have any MIPS here no more. We don't have any MIPS here. So when we do this, okay, I think we're getting closer to the source. When we have a render texture descriptor, use MIP map, auto generate MIPS. I just need to check MIP count. Yeah, let's add this one and see if we still have it. All generate all MIPS. Hmm. Interesting. Whoa, okay, this is interesting. So when we do it by this, when we do it by render texture descriptor, we don't get, actually, am I looking? Yeah, I'm looking at the correct one. Then we don't get any MIPS, but if we were to do it like this, if we were to do it like this, highlight render pass, then we actually get MIPS. Do we get the correct MIPS though? Okay, this is extremely interesting to me. Um, huh. This results in automatic MIPS generation. This does not. Hmm. I would love to be able to, so if we get a texture handle, I would like to just, like when we make this global, set global texture after pass, I would love for this one to keep it around and not delete it instantly, right? We're gonna look into that, but I need to run AFK for a couple of minutes. So be right back. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Let's see. Okay, so creating the texture handle inside of here and setting use MIP map and auto generate MIPs. That works. We do get MIPs from doing this. Even though we blit at the end. So that's great. We don't do... Yeah, we don't do any setup or anything like that. We just do render graph, create a texture. So my question is... in draw transparent objects and draw UI, somewhere in these two, here we want to use this texture we create. It would be beautiful if we can state, if we could disable the auto deletion of our texture handle and keep it around. I know that if we implement our own draw transparent objects render pass and we fetch the texture in question, then it will survive. That's... I want to avoid that. Ah, this one I wonder. Yes. Yo, what's up, GDs? Yeah, this is the exact same question I had at the beginning of today's stream. Yeah. But if we use our render textures and RT handles, we don't get the MIPS. Oof. It's highly dependent on create texture and a texture description. Which makes me wonder... Context item, that's what we use here. We use it later on in this pass, but after this pass we don't use it anymore, hence we delete it. This is the old system. Yeah. Old. I think. Hmm. Global textures. Yeah, I want to set this. Yo, what's up, Diligence? No, I'm not. I'm just reading through this monster of a thread. Yeah, this one we have checked previously, I think. Fuck it, let's do it again. What I don't want to see is set global texture after pass. Okay, I want to see here. Okay, this might actually, this looks good. Universal rendering data. Gbuffer allow, pass culling no. Set global gbuffer textures. We go through them. We do builder set global texture after pass. Set global texture after pass. But this one just... G buffer, G buffer, G buffer. Resource data G buffer. Is this what... Do we actually have to... Okay, we're gonna try something new then. It's a little bit weird, isn't it? Okay, if this is how Unity... This will automatically extend the lifetime of the textures to passes that use global textures. You can find a sample in render graph package. Okay. We already call this, but maybe we don't do it in the correct way. It's weird. But so what I want to try is we're gonna have two passes. We're gonna have one pass that does the blit. So we move the camera color to our own texture, generated with MIPS. And then we're gonna have a second pass that takes this texture and extends its life. Feels weird. Everything I read here and here points yeah. Where do we have our G buffers? Memory less false. Rendering deferred. That's just because they want to get the G buffers in the first. Okay, I want to try this. Fuck it, let's try it. Let's remove. Okay, create scene texture. What we're gonna do is let's name everything the correct way and be nice and tidy with this. So scene texture data. We're just gonna call it texture. Reset. Create scene texture pass. We're gonna call this one, create scene texture pass. Pass data. I don't think we need pass data here. Create scene texture pass. Material scene RT handle. Fuck that. We don't need a setup. record render graph, add raster. No, we don't need to do any of these, but we have to be careful here. I wanna take this one and bring it outside. And then we want to do this as well. Scene texture data. Scene texture data. We don't care about these, but we care about this one. Get descriptor, change it a tiny bit, create texture. This we know leads to a texture handle that has automatically generated MIPS, right? We don't do this. We don't have an execute pass. Instead, what we have here is just a render graph dot add blit pass. Blit parameters. What can we do this one? Texture handle, source, destination, scale, offset, add blit pass. Add blit pass from active color texture handle to scene texture handle. And I would love if that was everything we needed to source, destination, scale, offset. Okay, let's do scale and offset then. Okay, beautiful. This is our first pass. I don't think we need this one. Here we just create a texture by blitting active color texture into scene texture handle. We don't use this one anymore, so it will be released right after. But before we blit it, we do scene data dot texture is equal to scene texture handle. Okay. And then we have our second pass. This one is going to be make scene texture global render pass. I don't think we need no pass data here either. Actually, we do. We're gonna do get or create scene data. And then we do set render func. We need to set render func, but we're not going to use it. That's why we need the pass data. And the only thing I want to do here, I think, is builder.set set global texture after pass scene data dot texture property ID. How did we do this one? Diligence, are you modifying the render pipeline? Yes, indeed we are. Ish. Yeah, we are. Property name to ID something. Is that a new thing? Now, you've been able to do it for quite a while. Unity 6 came with a new system, however, which I'm not fully comfortable with yet. What do we have here? Property ID. Property I dot is it just an in property? I can't write anymore. Okay, let's do it like this. One sec. Where do we have it? Oh, fuck it, we can do it like this. Shader.property to ID, thank you. Property to ID, scene texture internal name. And this is everything they do. Diligence and Unity 7 is rumored to be somewhat far in development and breaks everything with one unified render pipeline instead of URP and HDRP. One unified render pipeline sounds amazing. Like, I have no complaints there. But if they are going to change this render graph system again, then I might stick with just Unity 6. Learning all of these new APIs over and over and over, and texture handling and memory and whatnot, it takes a toll. Okay, so in this pass we only do this. It's extremely weird, but if we have deferred shading, we have G buffers. I assume that render deferred lighting, they generate or they create the G buffers here. They have them as texture handles. Then you have make G buffer components global here. That's where you create the global version of them or make them public global. And all they do here is called builder set global texture after pass. They have an empty set render func. This is also allow us to just skip this line, honestly. Or like, I want this. This tells me that it is something a little bit dirty in the background. That we have to define this, even though we just have an empty lambda. It's an orange flag. Let's put it like that. Oh yeah. We want this one as well. That's true. So we tell render graph that this pass, under no circumstances are you allowed to to cull this pass, and then we set a global texture here. We fetch it from scene data, which has been generated in a previous pass, and then we have our empty render function. Pretty straightforward. 2 passes to save one texture as global, and hopefully get the MIPS automatically generated. And we'll see. So here, render pass event, create scene texture pass, and here we have make scene texture global pass. Make scene texture global pass. Okay, this is nice. We don't need this one then. We don't need this one. This one we want to keep. We don't care about this. I like the fact that we don't... RT handles, texture handles, they should... Or it's my understanding that they should exist and be active inside of passes and only inside of passes. But then again, my knowledge around this is questionable. Yes, so we create a create scene texture pass, and then we have a make scene texture global pass. And render pass event should be the same. No, we don't want that. And then we have add render passes. We don't need this one. We don't create anything outside of the passes, so we don't need that. We don't need... What the fuck? Now we don't need setup either. And queue pass make scene. Okay. Create a scene texture, make it global. 2 separate passes. We do it with texture handles. Let's try this then. Warning. The field create scene texture pass.name is assigned but never used. And that's not such a bad warning. I think, yeah, it's this one. We'll see what we can do about that. Render graph viewer. This doesn't look too good though. Oh, one sec. Renderer. We enable create scene texture pass. This looks hella good. Fuck yeah. After rendering skybox, create scene texture. Yo, what's up, Tim? Yep. We might be doing it the correct way now. Where do we have... Fuck, I don't even see it here. That's not good. Is it because it is unnamed? Jesus Christ. Actually, we might not be doing this one here. Okay. Here we have it now. Blitpass utility. We write access. Okay. Update a global resource slot. Do we do it here as well? Yeah, we do. And then we use it here and here. Okay. If this doesn't work, I have one more thing we're gonna try. Or I want to test. Okay. I'm starting to wonder if something happens. If something happens between making it global and actually using it. Whoa, look at this. We actually have the MIPS for this one as well. Hmm. this just becomes weirder and weirder. Here we actually do import texture, and it works. We do a blit pass like this, however. That makes it even weirder. We all of them want a material. Fuck it, I'm gonna do it like... Oof. Let's try it. Okay, let's see what happens with our own blit material here. Mm. Okay. We do a custom blit. I don't get it. That's wrong. I don't get it. Hmm. We did it exactly like this previously, and it still didn't work. At least this is nice. I like this. We can probably put this in here. I like this more than the other approach. Format, format, format. For 1 sec. Why did this? Texture was yeah. And I'm starting to think that something along the way screws with this scene texture. But I don't know how that would... We can do outline to texture pass, or this one. Yeah, let's try it here. Outline to camera target pass. What do we use here? We do outline apply. Outlines apply blit. Okay, let's just try and do outlines apply material. Renderer, outlines, settings, outlines split, outlines apply. Scene texture apply instead. Disable, enable. Yeah, it's the blit texture. Where do we have it? No, that's not what I want to do. Wonder what happens here. Make scene texture global. Draw skybox. Let's put it. Oh, whatever. Copy depth. Outline data render path. Outlines to texture path. We have two. Outlines to camera target path. Draw transparent objects. Where do we have our scene texture? Here. Read. Read. This makes no fucking sense to me. Yeah, we're probably gonna move on after today's stream. This is so fucking weird. GG's, did you escape the GPU hell? Unfortunately not. Not just yet. We're probably gonna escape it tomorrow though. It all began with me noticing that one thing that previously worked didn't work anymore. And then we did a deep dive into this shit. And this problem is so... I know that we have traversed a lot of weird problems on various streams here, but I'm starting to think that this might actually be the weirdest one. The weirdest one for sure. Okay, we're probably gonna do one last try here. We're gonna do... Let's see here, create scene. Yeah. I don't get it. Now we literally do the exact same thing we do with our outline texture generation, where we blit from a texture that doesn't have MIP maps to a texture that has, and we get everything we need. We generate MIPs as well. Use MIP map false, auto-generate MIPs false. We have a texture, R8, RGBA 32. And later on we blit from that one to something else. And we get MIPs. Auto-generated, really nice MIPs. Exact same calls. We only have a different source. Can I add it earlier in the outlines to texture pass? Fuck it, let's do it. Outline supply blit. Include. Sample texture 0. Actually, thought we were gonna get our scene texture here. Why don't we? Actually, One sec. Why don't we have our scene texture here? Outlines generate blit. Okay, never mind. Outlines to camera. Here we go. Scene texture. Yeah, still fucked. Scene texture 2. Transparent test. Like now I'm starting to think if the texture is being tainted somewhere else. I don't think so. Scene texture 2. Oh, still same. Feels like this one is gonna haunt me for a while. Clean color texture handle. MIPS. Yeah, I don't know. There's so many things I can't do if I don't have access to this one. Water, for instance. The water shader is broken now. I'm entirely fucked by this. What the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. Here we blit from the camera to the scene texture. Then we blit back to the camera. Here we do have MIPS. Here. Okay. Fuck, I'm glad I added this. Okay. So this. Look at this. I have no idea where to even begin taking this apart. But okay. We do a blit initially. We do a blit from the camera active color texture to our scene texture handle. Our scene texture handle should have MIPS, auto-generate MIPS, everything like that. And then we do a second blit. We just blit it back from scene texture handle to active color texture. If we do this second blit, then it generates MIPS. If we don't, it doesn't. Why? We comment this out again. Enable frame debugger, draw transparent objects, plane, scene texture, no MIPS. Add this back. Enable draw transparent objects, plane, MIPS. Beautiful MIPS. We can do plane. We can blur this shit, I thought. Transparent test, default blur level, simple scene, okay. Am I? UV level. We have the MIPS here at least. I wonder why this doesn't work. Transparent test. Oh yeah, I'm tired now. Probably because we had this enabled. Yes, here now we can blur this beautifully. Okay, I'm happy that we finally have it working again. But. Why do we need to have this one here? I wonder. Auto-generate MIPS. The question is, when do we auto-generate MIPS? For render textures, which we are working with, I guess. It's just called render texture, right? Render texture Unity, auto-generate MIPS. I'm gonna assume that the same statement holds true here. By default, rendering into it generates all the MIP map levels. What I'm getting at here is that if we don't use this one, in any way, the flag that is being set for it to auto-generate the MIPS, it never gets set unless we do this second blit pass. And that's extremely weird. I mean, we render into it, but we don't generate the MIPS. But then if we do a blit pass where we copy from it, then we generate the MIPS before we copy it, I suppose. So what can we do about this? I definitely don't want to have this. I don't want to have a blit that just... The full purpose of this blit command here is just to set the, generate MIPS flag. Huh. I'm so fucking happy that I found the cause for it. That will be my victory for the day. Definitely. But how to proceed? How to proceed? This. Don't need this anymore. What can we do here to actually set it? Can we add some weird shit here? Shader pass. Mesh. Scene texture property. I don't know. Okay, we have it fixed. I take that as a win. I hate this. I want to get to the bottom of it. How can we make the MIPS generate without doing an additional blit? Because that is a cost I don't want to pay. But we're gonna do it tomorrow. I can't say how much time I'm gonna spend on researching this weird stuff. I'm kind of tired of this shit. So hopefully we'll get out of GPU hell tomorrow. But yeah, I gotta run. I am still incredibly happy that I finally found the cause for it. Although I'm currently having a hard time seeing the logic behind this. But hopefully everything will be clear tomorrow. Yes, thank you so much for watching, sticking with me. And have a great rest of the day. Peace.